Good morning. 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, the 12th of May, 2026. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that all of everything I'm watching on my primary screens is captured in the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking. So that frees up my focus and my multi-skill disability to I don't have to be screen capturing and snapping and all those things to have a good comprehensive journal. This works really well. So and I heartily recommend it to anyone. Now, I am not licensed, nor do I intend to provide financial or trade advice. However, I do trade live here on Bookmap, real time, excuse me, to the market, and it's completely transparent and fully accountable and graphed. If you know anything about Bookmap, you know how they plot out a trade. There's a green break-even line and entries and exits and stops and targets, and everything that's moved is all captured in the video. So there's that. On the other side of that coin, in IRT, which is my charting package, this is where I develop strategies which I vet statistically to determine if they have an edge or not, and if they do, then I trade them live. This is one of those strategies. This is the initial balance trade for either initial balance failure or continuation. And this trades the live market within the IRT simulated environment. This trade right here was yesterday, and it was within the simulated environment so that I can see what's going on and use this data for back testing. So there is that. Now, let's get on with the numbers today, which are substantial. We have, what's going on here? Oh, yeah, here we go. We have the ADP employment number out this morning, change, and we have the CPIs, which are a real important number. In fact, they are one of four reports which CME recommends, and my broker increases the intraday margin to 25% of maintenance until this number has been released. Now, these are green, but as you probably know, green is a bad thing because 2% previous gross consumer price index, and now it's 4%. This is an increase in consumer price index is not a good thing. This is investing.com, which is my original news source. You'll see that it's free by all these lovely ads that are flashing around here. The purpose behind that is to keep sorry, wrong screen. Any resources that I use for the stream here to be free, if possible. You can filter this for anything you want, wherever you live. If you're in Kuala Lumpur and you want to follow the Nikkei, there you go. No problem. They only track traditional economic calendar events and numbers. You're not going to see executive something or another being signed over here or press conferences or anything like that. It's going to be, now, State of the Union, something that's planned long in advance, will appear here, but they don't pull things into this calendar through the day. And you'll also notice that the event title turns to a URL when you hover over it. And so if you don't know what the ADP Employment Change Weekly is, you can click on that and go find out all about it. We are in earnings season. No major earnings out today. I think the only Mag 7 left is NVIDIA, and it's, I think, the 23rd or something like that. But we're doing a bunch of weird whatever this is. I don't even know what the British American and Grupo Mexico mining guys, I guess. There's a huge list, so I'm not going to scroll through them, but there you go. It's investing.com. If you want to know all about this, it's free. Go there and do that. The other news source that I use is Financial Juice. And, well, here we got this genius speaking live right now. So that's be careful, Bill. You see how crazy. Oh, this is crazy. Let's do this. There's a Trump interview at 10. You see how these things were pulled into this calendar just now? These are non-typical economic events and numbers, but it is obviously recognized by anybody who's involved in the markets recently that these kind of things could have a big impact on our auction. So we've got 8 and 10. Great. I'm not saying it's not a political comment, but today you need to realize that if you are a day trader, your primary objective is to preserve your account. And the only way, or the basic way that you do that, is with risk management. And you cannot manage a risk if you are not aware of it. So I do appreciate when these things are pulled into this calendar. And then on this side is a squawk box, which is kind of a running commentary. Okay, let's go to the pre-market. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. So the pre-market, let's see what we have here now. Again, book map. There's the open of the overnight session, and here we are. What's the context? Down for most of this period from about 2 o'clock in the morning on. So say all of London, we were pretty much gap down, but now we've pulled back up over here a little bit. Here's the previous POC, and the open and the close was right there. So there you have the low of yesterday, and we were, you see here, we were below that most of the night. So this is Investor RT, which is my typical or my usual news source. Or, calendar source. What am I doing here? There we go. Not calendar. God damn, I need to have some more coffee immediately. My charting package. These are the micros. Micro ES, micro NQ, my high time frame micro composite chart for the micro ES. And this is the mini market profile. I don't change the minis back and forth for the ES. Now, I do track the same configuration for the minis themselves over here. But since I'm trading the micros, let's go with this. So the way this works, first thing I should point out is in the header of each chart here is the chart name, which is meaningless to you, but there is the instrument, the periodicity or the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you can always look up here and know exactly what you're looking at, which is pretty important. Starting from the high time frame, which I recommend, this is the micro, or the MES, the RTH session only, and it's a daily chart. So what does this mean? This means that every one of these candles is an RTH, a daily RTH session. And wherever price overlaps each other, I pull the volume profile around them. And that generates a micro composite VPOC. These red and green lines that you see are the high and low volume nodes from the most current micro composite volume profile. Those values push automatically to bookmap, as do the session prices over here. So here you are. We had a gap up a few days ago, and now we're overlapping up here. You know, how high can this thing go? Are they going to try to get it up to 7,500 and then, I don't know. Who knows what's going to happen here. Let's see what we're doing for volume so far. Oh, we're good volume today. This is better than the last few days. This is a look back of the average volume over the past 20 trading sessions for this time of day. And this is the ATR, average true range, currently for a 1 minute candle at this time. Okay. Whoopsie doopsie, I don't want to do that. Let's jump over to Bookmap, and starting from the right-hand column, this is where I manually enter these micro composite values. POC, all-time high for ETH, all-time high for RTH. Now this has jumped up to the top up here, so we got to turn around and do that, right? So now this is now the ETH all-time high. They just keep leapfrogging each other. And it will be for 12. It's crazy, but that's what we're doing. So there you are. And then these guys will say, oh, we're not letting those overnight guys, those London guys can't have the record. We're going to go up here. And then they'll do that. And then that's what will happen. That's what happened the last few days. That's what's happened every one of these sessions. So there you go. And how long will that go? I don't know. We're in the middle of a war. Inflation is increasing. Unemployment is going up. And yeah, I don't see any reason why the market is doing this, but nobody cares what I think. So there you go. Trade what you see, not what you think. This is the full session volume profile. This started plotting at 1700 last night. Will continue through 1600 today. It's the Globex, not the ETH. This is the RTH volume profile in Delta. This is my high time, my statistics column, which is very important to me. Session prices, which push automatically from Bookmap, from IRT to Bookmap, and which I share with anybody that could use them. Just like, subscribe, drop something in the chat, and I'm happy to hook you up with the CSV from Google. This is the book. I don't have the dome here anymore on Bookmap, but this is essentially the book. This is the dome minus the execution columns and the price. Here's the price. Here is resting liquidity at every price from the entire level 2. Notice there is no indicator on my charts or my IRT. There are only, I try to keep things as simple and basic as possible. Price, volume, probability. Pretty easy. There is a POC for the full session, which is kind of a muted yellow, and RTH, which is the brighter yellow, and a POC for the full session, which is a more muted yellow. POC is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far in the session, we've traded 3,108 contracts at 74.20, period. That simple. The minute one of these other prices trades 31.09, this is going to move there. Very simple. This is the mid for the RTH. That ought to be pretty easy to understand. And we have a VWAP for both RTH and Globex. The RTH one will reset and start plotting again at 8:30 this morning. The rest of these are just prices as there's there's the ETH high. There's the previous initial balance high, which I'll speak about here in a minute. VPOC, settlement, value area, mid, on and on. Just common sense and easy to understand. Now, the IB high and low do confuse some people because of the name. It's an old market profile term, and who decided that was the initial balance? I don't know, but they did. And what these two levels, the high and the low, is right down here at the open from yesterday. What these two values represent are the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. period. So let's do the statistics, which are important to me. First of all, we want to establish the open type for today, which will be easily established because it is based on two criteria. If we open right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? Well, I happen to know that the close is right there. So it's lower than the close, lower. How would it compare to the previous RTH range? Well, this is the RTH session over here, volume profile. So we know that we are in range. We're above the low and we're below the high. So again, today we will open lower in range. Typically, if that changed, I would change the column title this way because I want to have the column title always correct every day. That way, when I just see a screen snap or the stream, I can look at that title and know exactly what the configuration was for the open. There's the opening, there's the close. So now we're going to clear these statistics out because they were applicable to yesterday. And we'll go find the ones for now, for the new one. And those are developed over here on the statistics column. You see that yesterday was lower in range. Today will be the same. Let's hope. IRT, conveniently highlights the correct open type, but only after 8:30. They also changed the levels which have been revisited through the RTH session. They changed the text color from black to blue so that you know what's been already ticked off if you don't have a chart like we do here. So the way this works is very simple. The system looks back at the most recent 1,736 trading days. Of those trading days, we opened lower in range 509 of them, including yesterday. Of these days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight mid 82.5% of the time. Boop. Overnight mid right there, huh? 82.5. Bam, that's it. That's how hard this is. Next is the POC, overnight POC, which is 81.3. What else do we have going on? I'm just going down the list now. Previous close, 74.7. Well, we know that that's right there. So that's 74.7. And that looks to me like it needs to scooch up one here. I think one tick. Let's go up one tick. Wow, that's too many. Okay, never mind. Play hard to get. Overnight low is 66.0. And remember, these are just probabilities. They're not hard and fast lines in the sand. They're not targets. They are levels which, if price is moving that direction, you could consider trading towards. The previous POC is 68.4. Okay, that's right up here. It doesn't seem right because this says previous RTH POC. I'm going to go with, this can be a function of resetting these volume columns differently than IRT. I'm going to stick with IRT here and go with previous POC at 68.4. Okay. I'm going to stick with that because I trust IRT's plotting. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but there you go. IB high, where did that go? Wow, I don't even see it. IB high is 69.5. So here we go. And remember to put the initials here because the minute we open, price, this flag is going to be right down here above price and it won't be up here anymore And I'll be going, hey, what was that? Overnight high, way somewhere. Where did overnight high go? 52.7, okay. 52.7. Well, that'll be good enough for now, and I'm going to do something else I do every day now at this time, which is called the TLab snap. And that is, you'll now understand why I use the stream, because I don't multitask with two hoots now. And there we go. So every day at 8:20, I post a screen snap of this. And about 6 in the morning or thereabouts, I post the numbers and reports out for the day. Now, the TLab is a Bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. and continues to be led by him to this day. And Tom has been trading for like 47 years professionally and early on in his own account. Now, I don't think he doesn't manage anybody's money anymore. I would be surprised if he did. It's not a trade calling room, nor is it a live trade room. But there's a good crew of people in there. I spent a lot of time in there, was frequent, contributor there until I started doing this stream, which is actually a suggestion from the TLab to focus on your own market and narrate the trade through the day rather than yucking it up somewhere else, right? And so I do that now, but I also feel a sense of, gratitude, loyalty, camaraderie with some folks there. And so I make those 2 posts every day to just help out. The idea of this one was to give all the people in the TLab that didn't have similar charting all the numbers they might possibly want to have. And that's what I do. So there you go. Now let's get on with the business at hand here. It's 8:22. I may have forgotten something. Who knows? I would hope not, but you never know. One of the things that's important to do, I'm sure you'll agree, is be able to trade with Bookmap. And the way you do that is activate the trade control panel. And this is the new version. This is 7.7.0 build 19. There's quite a few changes. So first of all, you now select your account right up here. You no longer select which methodology you will use to trade with your mouse in the platform. You used to select the chart column or the dome column, and you don't do that anymore, as near as I can tell with this new update. What I do need to do here, though, is select an account, and in this case, I'm using the Lucid, and I'll explain that whole story in a minute. And let's get over here and do the, there's the VWAP's going to reset, so that's not it. Let's get up here to, where'd it go, Bubba Louie? Statistics. Okay, I want to select the correct statistics journal. In this case, it'll be the Lucid. I'm not going to use multi-brackets today because this is a new technique that I'm able to trade. I do not want to have the market profile or the execution pro on because I'm not using the multi-bracket technique in this environment with Lucid. And I'll explain this whole thing after we open and get our feet on the ground here. Okay. Oh, wait, I know what I'm doing. I know what I want to do here. Dip, dip, do. Where did it go? There we go. Multi-account trading. There we go. Allow this. Now we got to do this. Accept this risk. This is because it just updated. You got to do that every time. All right. So there's that down. Now we got these Lucid 5 accounts. So what's going to happen here is the system is looking at the lead account, and it will copy the exact trade to those other 4. The reason I'm doing this is to de-risk, because the vetted setups for the initial balance stopped working well and exceeded the consecutive drawdown or consecutive stops in a row, which is when you never change anything in a vetted setup until it goes outside the expected parameters of the back test. It did that, so I'm not able to, until I figure out why, I don't want to continue to expose myself and the account to that risk. So, because I was trading my live AMP account, which is right there. Now what I've done is, the only way I could see to de-risk, because I was trading 2 micros. How do you de-risk from 2 micros? The only way is, and what I've done is gone to this Lucid prop account, where I am able to, because there's been some tremendous changes in the prop world since I had anything to do with it years ago. So I was quite pleased. You only pay one-time payment. It's not, a recurring monthly subscription or any of that stuff. And so this is $12,000, which is ridiculous. You know that with any prop account, you have a drawdown, and that is really how much you're trading. You're not trading 25 or 50 or $1 million gazillion dollars. You're trading the loss limit. The loss limit on this account is $1,000. On each of these is $1,000, and the profit target is $1,200. $1,250 maybe it is. And so I have 5 $1,000 accounts to trade by trade copying. And I'm using a new technique now that we've developed here in the stream. Hey, good morning, Antonio. Bon dia, tudo bem. Crazy times, my brother. Anyway, so that's where I'm at, and that's what's going on now. And let's hope we open on time. I think I'm up to speed as far as everything else. I should script this one of these times, not sound like what I am. It's just an old cowboy from Montana. So, that's what it is. So I guess that's wear it, if that's the truth, wear it, right? So the VWAP will reset. We finally had some bit of a drawdown overnight, and that's not unusual. It's, as I said before, it seems to me like we've been running on irrational exuberance now for several days. So I'll get into the mechanics of this trade setup now, this new concept of where risk is locked in and hedged, which is the only way I could de-risk from trading a micro 2 lot in my live account. There was no other way around that. I could also use this technique in my live account, but this further de-risks it trading it this way with the proper data and everything, because I can only lose or risk the one-time fee, right, for the thing. So there's no, so that's that. All right, I think that's probably enough. Let me see now, what are we doing here? Well, we're going to open in about 40 seconds. Let's hope that works according to Hoyle here. We are not in a gap, but we are lower in range. And oh boy, here is previous open, previous low, and IB low. That's a lot of them. So we're just, 4.5 points above a gap, but that's good enough. And we're going to open right now. I did that manually because I've just given up on this thing. Now, remember, this is going to, the IB high is going to jump right down here above price in a little bit. So we're going to go over here and we're going to set the initial IRT charting to the RTH session from the full session. See, we just damn near got a gap. We got clear down here at the bottom of this spike. Let's see, get over here to the minis and do the same thing. The purpose for this is to keep the relative session prices aligned and in proper order for those boys and girls who use them, of which there are a bunch, I think. Got a big lag. I'm so pleased. Wait, maybe I lied. Maybe I'm not pleased at all. Oh, I'm not going to mess with this. This thing has a real hard time thinking when it gets in a lag condition, so let's just let her rip. Okay. Is it plotting? Yep, we got the new globe. We have the new VWAP plotting right there. Yeah, here's the open. Overnight volume point of control now. Notice this drop down just before the open, so I'm going to scooch that over there. The purpose of me messing around with these levels is this stream and this recording is permanent. So I want to, when I go back and look at the replay or the stream or a screen snap thereof, I want these things to be correct. And, you know, the fact that it moved from here to here just before the open is correct. So there you go. Now I'm going to put Blue Boy on here, which is a, you notice over here, there he is. This is a real top secret proprietary indicator called a vertical line. And what I do with that is I slap that on the first print of every session. And that way I can glance left. And if I see the blue line or Blue Boy over there, I know that I have the complete session in view. So I do. Here's active data. There's the opening print of the ETH. There's the full ETH session in view. Next, now I'm going to put Blue Boy on the opening print of this RTH session, but I'm going to be very careful to let it get some time so it gets away from the active data column. Yeah. One of the things I forgot to mention when I was talking about the setup for the trading is you need to, because I don't have multi-bracket, I need to set up my brackets here. So we're going to go 5 micros, and I have all of these trade metrics reproduced across the top. I don't need these tools down here anymore, so I can click this button again, and I get the screen real estate back, plus cancel and close all. And I'll do that on the minis here in a second and show you what this whole new thing is about. You might be interested in this, Antonio. This is the system that Anton has been using and we've been talking about a lot. It really is pretty incredible. It's a hedge, essentially. Locks in your risk at your stop, and no matter what the market does for the rest of the day, you never risk more money than that. You don't, but it doesn't close you out at a stop. So you have the alternative to close one side or the other if price starts going in the direction that you're originally expected or intended. So there's our IB low and here's our IB high, and boy, they're right on. Isn't that cute? I love it when that happens. Are we past 8:30? It's still pretty dicey over here. There's that line. You see there? You notice how the mouse changes from a $sign to a pointer? You click anywhere over here, you have a trade or an order on that you may or may not have intended to do. So you need to be really careful. I don't have the dome columns anymore, so that's not an issue. Again, this is my book, which is liquidity, full depth of book, liquidity, level 2, delta. And I have yet to figure out what is going on. Notice the volume profile. Well, this should be up here. Here's the IB high, right? How can that be down here? This is volume and there's delta. Doesn't make any sense. And we got a big spike-a-rooney down here. So, yeah. Yeah, boy. Maybe they finally figured out that this is not the greatest. This is not a reason to be setting all-time highs. I don't know. Let's put the vertical line on. Come on, Blue Boy. Let's wake this guy up. Let's go to 8:30. As close as we can get. Boom, right there. So that's pretty close to... Now we know Blue Boy's on the job. We can tell exactly where our opening print was. Look at this crap. I'm going to guess I can try to do this. Clear the resets to see if this does something. Yeah, there you go. Look at there. Huh? God. Okay, look at us go. Well, if you got short quick, you're pretty happy about life. That's a little quick for me, but... Or if you got long, I would not go long in this environment. And notice that there was no responsive buying. Wait a minute. I don't think I covered that properly in the pre-market, but look at us go. Holy smokes, out the bottom. GDP is bad. Inflation numbers are up, despite what they want to say, and unemployment is increasing, and we got a cluster going on in the Middle East. So yeah, it's just all breaking these guys' way, and now they're all going to load up and go over to China and do something. I don't know. And I saw in the news that Tim Cook, Apple, Musk of all people, and Boeing CEO are all going to accompany Trump to China. Fine, but interesting. I wonder if they'll all be riding in Air Force One or if they'll each take their respective jets. I bet they each go in separate planes. Is my bet. I used to know couples who would fly separately so that if something happened to the plane with one of them, the other one was there to take care of their family and kids and responsibilities back in the day. Well, my goodness. Here we are. That should be pretty, I'll restart here in a minute when we get all this organized. Here's the end. This is the micro ES in Q. We've got the volume or the market profile spun up. Here's our open right on the MCVPOC pretty much. Just below it, just a little bit below it. And now let's take a quick zoom through the other guys over here. Let's see what the bar's up to. Well, there's the bar trade down there. Bar's not open yet. Okay, that's a bummer. This is the EF initial balance setup system. Remember, these are back testing or forward testing actually these trades set up, the system to these charts are nothing more than a visualization. They have nothing to do with the system themselves, except they visualize where all the stuff's supposed to happen, so I can tell whether it's happening when and where I think it should. And this is the old-fashioned beauty here. This is the old-fashioned IRT, initial balance, continuation and failure. That nothing will happen here until 9:30. I'll reset all this stuff to get the lags out of here at about the top of the hour. It seems like that works pretty well. This is a bad day for data. Here is where we are on the what's in play at this moment. Extremely bullish on these NQ and ES. Gap down. Now, let me explain something here. In all of this edgeful data analysis, and for a lot of people on the planet, gap is previous RTH close until open. So the previous RTH close is way in the hell up here someplace. And here's our open. So there is very definitely a gap down if you look at close to open. And what these people, Edgeful and many others, consider a range gap is what I consider, which is the high, the previous RTH high or low to the open. Hope that's so. In other words, there was no gap range. There was no range gap. There's the open and there's the previous RTH low within range. But very definitely, I can't seem to find this for you, but very definitely, there's the close. Very definitely a gap from the close to the open. 14 to 35, damn near 15 handles, 16 handles. And that's how these statistics are calculated over here. So one of the things that's disappointing, you'll notice that there's no initial balance. It's just building. It's forming at this moment. But let's take a quick look at the initial balance trade, because I got some bad news for everybody. Tuesdays suck. Here's the basic initial balance done on the 60-minute time frame, 5-minute candle, and breakout by wick, not by close. That's important. Here's the initial balance. It's forming, so there's nothing happening yet. But here's the key one. Let's look at by weekday. Tuesday sucks. It's 64 to 36, and there's no inside day. Looking back 6 months. So the initial balance trade does not have nearly the look at Wednesday, 84%. Look at Monday, 73%. Thursday, 75%. Friday, 84%. Tuesday is the lowest or the most directly distributed. So it's the least opportunistic for a Monday. And if you use TradingView, these are the here's the TradingView. This is Asia, London, current American. Right now we're in a opening candle negative, so that would mean they're looking for the IB high to be put in before the low. Yeah, so there's all of this. Merry Christmas. I'm trying to wean myself off the necessity of doing all this code magic that I'm not very good at and take a long time until I find an exact defined setup, and then I will have to code it so that I can backtest it. But, I'm just spinning my tires taking way too much time on these things. And the point is to be trading, not to be, I don't want to be down some statistic rabbit hole. Okay. Well, I should have been off that IB low with a long with this hedge technique. Or actually, I guess if I was really fast, I'd have taken that initial swing. So I'm going to go at this new idea slowly here and with baby steps to make sure I've got my ducks in a row. Good morning, by the way. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading, and please like and subscribe. That's the feedback I get, and very definitely contribute in, drop something in the chat. You're out of your freaking mind or whatever, I'm easy. And let me state, which I'm sure I forgot already, is today, this is my virtual journal. So what I am watching on my screens is captured in the video, and my voiceover here provides insight as to what I was thinking at that minute, at that time. And it's by no means my way or the highway. This is what I'm doing now to develop and maintain a continually profitable trading business based on price action, volume, and probabilities, with as little discretion as possible, because that, I think, defeats the statistics. Now, see, I got Blue Boy off over here. This guy's, these farm kids, they're hard to keep on track, on focus. That's good. Okay. So we're going to tag the IB low again. We popped her down. The IB high was put in first, and it continues. And that's on that initial swing, boy. The idea here with the edgeful data, which we'll look at in a minute, there is an extremely high probability, and definitely a disproportionate probability, that we are going to that the first initial balance level that's in place is typically not breached. It is the second, which has a much higher probability of being taken out. It makes sense, you know. What's the market been doing so far? It opened up there and we've been trading down ever since. Same yesterday, other way around. So there you go. Now, we do have potential craziness on the mic. You know, Mr. Microphone is going to be getting over here. Let's have a look. Well, we've got that guy who's just done already, thank goodness. Hegseth or whatever. Marsk is going to be avoiding transit through the Straits of Hormuz. Do you know what that means? That's huge. Tariffs, we have to do them in a more complex way. No, maybe you shouldn't do them at all. Jesus. Yeah. We had a pretty balanced, effective trade, good economy. Inflation was 2.3%. There were no issues in the Straits of Hormuz or any kind of problems with oil transit. Now we have all of those things are not the case anymore. I wonder if we're making, you know, are we making ground or are we just making a mess to say we fixed the mess? I don't know. It seems to me like we light a fire and then about a week later we say, oh, look at me, I'm a great firefighter, I put out the fire. Well, yeah, but you lit the thing in the first place. That's kind of what I think. I'm not sure whether that's true or not, but you know. So this guy's talking at 8 and we've got Trump on the microphone at 10. Like I said in the pre-market, no political comments whatsoever. But in this environment, your main job as a trader is to preserve your account. The first basic way you do that is risk management. These, you know, unless you've been living under a rock or on Alpha Centauri for the last little while, you must certainly know that these kinds of events can have a huge impact on the market. And so therefore, it's really good to know about them. If you don't know about a risk, you can't mitigate for it or manage it. So it's important to know about it, in my opinion. Hey, Richard, what's up, dude? And Anton. I'm busy looking at this and bemoaning the news and everybody showing up over here. What's happening, gentlemen? I guess. Inventory was pretty much short. No real responsive buying, and then we've got this. Just so I don't forget it, I'll put something in the text thing over here, but tomorrow the stream will start at 7:30 simply because I have to hit the road at 8 Central, which is the typical starting time because Tam has to be at her final an hour before normal Wednesday class. Why, I don't know why they changed it, but you know, mine is not to question why, mine is but to do or die, right? So I'll start the stream and with groggy, I haven't had enough coffee yet, dialogue at 7:30, and then I'm going to be on the road at 8 and back as quick as I can. Should be around 9. But that's a fact, Jack. Okay, what else is going on here? So I've had quite a bit of, let's kick it loose here with a little laid back lo-fi, shall we? Get into the jazz and the stuff later. Well, there was an excellent short, wasn't there? I'm not calling any of these things, but we got quite the square dance going on with the VPOCs over here. That's kind of confusing. I'm getting dizzy just watching that thing bounce up and down. I've confirmed that Anton, the Hedge story is completely legal here, and so I'm set up for that today, and I did a bunch of testing last night, so we'll see what happens. I'm going to go into it slowly, and it's still if you look at the risk parameters for the Lucid accounts, it's pretty bold. So maybe I screwed up with the sizing there. I don't know. And I've got the risk calculator thing all queued up, and I figured out how to do put the trades on and the hedge on. But of course, as the big question, as you pointed out yesterday, is which leg you take off first when, and that's what I was working on last time. Just another form of risk neutral, or close to it. The thing, as near as I can, and correct me if I'm wrong, Anton, since you figured this out originally, it strikes me as being as close to an options trade as you can get with equities or indices, in that once the trade's on, no matter where price goes, the risk never changes. It's always exactly the same until you start, closing off legs. But that gives you a tremendous amount of breathing room and psychological slack. I think that's what I get from it anyway. Windows, all right. Well, we don't have long for that 90 handle, and that was the that's the Globex low. And there we just tagged through the ETH low, so the previous Globex low. I think in this kind of a day, though, I'm not sure there's going to be a lot of bouncing. This would have probably been an ideal get on right over there, around the developing value area low at about 8:45 our time is at 13s. I don't know if, well, I'm sure you guys all are aware of Tom Hogard and the fact that he trades EU live and the US session live usually every day. I listen to them sometimes when I'm just something to do when I'm driving to get Tam or when I'm falling asleep. He lost 30% of his account yesterday. Started with $129,000 and lost over 30 grand between EU and US sessions. Obviously, that's just what he says is just one account. He has others, but that's an account he trades live for Telegram and YouTube. So, and I suppose that's probably the truth, but I'm sure it is the truth. But a 30% drawdown, 30 grand loss. That's a lot. And there you go. There's your 90. Pretty close. I'm going to set this thing up for the hedge idea now for the entries, and that's kind of goofy. In order to do this, somebody tell me if there's a better way. What is this all about? It's still choking on data? Really? Oh, I haven't. 901. Okay, I'm going to restart IRT first, and then I'll do this other one in a second. Okay. Well, Ned just crapped his pants because his levels went off. He's a really good guy. He does a lot of stuff over there for Tom. Okay, I wonder if the memory's cleared out. Probably. There we go. Edge clear. I don't know why I still get emails from those guys. Every time that I restart, look at this pile of naked volume points of control. Isn't that amazing? Micros, minis. I think I'm going to shut this thing off just to, it draws a lot of cycles. Oh, look at you. What are you doing down there? Hiding around, sneaking around down there. Stats are statting, I suppose. Let's do this. If you happen to use IRT and don't know this already, if you want to, like I have this set, it doesn't refresh all the time because it's just burning up cycles. If you hold the shift key and click this little gizmo right over here, it'll recalc the chart. There we go. And that's of course the same on every chart. It recalc all the indicators and whatever else. Why this thing is not doing what it's supposed to do. The hell is that? I don't want that there. That's got nothing to do with life as I know it. bold now trying to do this stuff while it's thinking. And you see I immediately twisted it up into a big lag configuration again. That was really smart. What is this crap? I don't like the looks of that. At all. I mean, market data unavailable. Am I not? I'm moving, right? Yeah. I mean, market data is unavailable. Bookmap is book mapping. You guys got the same idea in Bookmap? You trading around 97.5 now? I'm gonna redo the data, I guess. Download data. Full session. That's one place where you could get really hammered with this whole concept, as if your data was lagging or delaying. I think. I have to give a serious look to this thing. Yeah, me too. Yeah, right now I just came across fours. 01.
Want to say good morning?
Oh, thank you. What a good girl. You're so polite. This is not good. Historical download is still in progress. I'm not seeing the heartbeat moving. I wonder if this thing has got a data problem. Bookmap is just bouncing all over the damn place. I don't know what to say here. I think I'll shut IRT off again and start over. Beat the hell out of me now. Magic. Magical. Just magical. Well, that's not a lot of fun. So I guess while I'm letting IRT think there for a minute, I'm gonna, the way that I can do the hedge executions on with Bookmap is, the way to get these tabs out is you just pull it away from the container. So I'm going to pull the ES over here away from the container. And hopefully, well, that isn't quite what I was hopefully going to do, but you know what I mean. Then scooch this over here a bit. And what I've worked out is, in order to be able to not have the trade control panel on there, because who cares? I need to be able to, still have the cancel and close buttons when this is closed down. And this is going to be set up for 1. So this would be the hedge set now. So we've got 5 contracts on the micros and 1 on the minis, and then I have this thing. This is the calculator set up for the price levels and hedge and maximum risk and all that stuff. This is what I've worked out doing this in the evenings, in the replay. So we'll see what happens here. And then I'm gonna fire IRT back up here in a second. So I'm not gonna do anything immediately, because I want to get that back up, because there are people that are looking for those levels. And why that's not happening, I'm not sure. Let's see. See what we get here. You don't need to suffer through that. Remember that Trump's got some sort of, I don't know what, microphone moment at 10. Who knows? Must be blocks, I guess. ART's not having a very good day. What a freaking mess. Oops. Not exactly what one would expect. I'll let it keep thinking and see what's up. So far, the session prices are holding their own down here, so that must mean everything's okay. Jesus Christ, there's always something. Well, damn it. Well, the minis seem to be able to hold their own. And that's understandable considering the difference in volume, I guess. Huge increase in volume with the micros. What a pain in the ass. That's not all what I had in mind, and I'm not sure exactly what this is all about, to be honest with you. This doesn't look very good over here either, does it? What a crock of shit. Huh. Well, the view period seems to be the problem. Not sure exactly why, but let's see what the view period here is. 100 days, that's about right. Well, huh. This has done this once or twice to me before, and I'm not remembering what the hell I did to fix it, to be honest with you. Always some crap, though, I can tell you that right now. Wait a minute. This thing's completely wrong. There's not even a progress bar at the bottom. Or under the timeline. Completely funky. Huh. I don't know what the hell's going on, actually. God damn it. Gosh darn it. That's pretty irritating. Well, I won't cause you all to suffer through this, but look at this mess. Oh man, what a mess. Well, that is just magical. It's doing the same thing everywhere. It's got everything all screwed up. None of my historic data is plotting out any place. Well, this is just goddamn irritating. I'll tell you what, I'm about ready to just throw this whole pile of crap in the garbage and go. And go get a, 2 tin cans and a string. I think it'd be about better off. Now I'm going to have to do the whole data schmata thing and the backup wizard and the database wizard and all that noise to see if this comes right. Anyway, so here we are. Hopefully you got on something, one of these trades. I don't think it would be. Now would be the time I'd be looking to take one of the hedge trades short. I think. Just looking at it quickly. Database is okay. Well, I beg to differ. The database is not okay. See if we start the data and something happens. God damn it. Okay, are you going to do this or not? Well, I'm screwed apparently. Man, this is a mess. This is a real unresponsive mess. Yeah, it's completely goofed up, and it's got the book map. It's got the session prices all upside down too, because the IB high is not up here where it ought to be. Oh yeah, I better get over to the TLab and tell them. Everything's broken. What the hell was that? I didn't want to do that. I didn't even know you could do that. Oh well. Okay. Well, I guess the spot was that 08, huh? Is there some giant amount of volume coming through? I don't think so. Try this again. See if it wants to be nice. No, it does not. Huh. Well, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to think here at this moment. I'm going to try shutting off one of these charts and starting it back up and see if that helps. Typically, the problem with IRT is when it kind of auto saves as you go along. So when I shut this chart off and bring this chart back up, it's going to undoubtedly be the same mess as it was. Let's try something else. Let's try a 5-minute chart and see what happens. It's just not looking back at any data. It's only going back to the first of the morning. I'm not sure why that is. Look back is 50 days. view period. I don't get this, but I'm going to try something else. Hopefully that'll work. The other charts seem to be working just okay, I think. Kind of. Well, maybe not. It's all, I think, a mess. Well, this may be where RTH is going to come into my life there, Antonio. Or Anton. I'm getting frickin' sick of this noise. The idea is that something is to help you, right? Not being a giant pain in the ass. Why, I don't know. This is happening, but my eyes are getting so bad I can't even read the chart thing anymore. Well, oh, same crap. Well, I don't know what to do here. That's pretty weird. That's pretty weird indeed. Let me say something. Well, I am at a loss now. I don't know what to say here. Try to open a different chart and see if it just... if the database had been corrupted. I don't know. It's got something to do with the view period. It's doing the same thing for everybody. Well, that sucks. Look at it go. Boy, I hope you got on that short around the 08s, man. What a perfect time for the hedge to go on. I'm busy trying to struggle with this stupidness. Wow, that's disappointing. Really disappointing. I'm gonna try something real dangerous. Let me oh, it's a problem with the ES. And MNQ is fine. It's the data with the ES data is wrong. It is the problem. Well, okay. Marvelous. Download data. Okay, download the data. Wow, this is a drag. Sorry about that. Damn, I was all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed about this new idea, and now I'm upside down, and I hope, well, the concept still exists, right? There was the pullback, you know, buy the dips or sell the rips. So this is a sell the rips thing, and that would have been the perfect spot, or right in here for the hedge trade, and well in the money, which I hope somebody got. Oh, now it's downloaded the data, and it's okay, I guess. At least it is for this one. So I'll do it again over here. Jesus, what a pain. It is pretty phenomenal when you think about all the data that's coming down the pipe here, and how this thing is parsing all of that and putting it all together. It's kind of phenomenal that it all works, I guess, especially IRT, which is older than the Bible. So my high time frame chart is not coming back to life very well yet. Doesn't appear, but at least the 12 tick Renko did, which pushes out the levels. And now they are correct, so that's a good thing. The IB has been taken. I'm suppose there's trades going on. I'm going back to bed. Yeah. This is bullshit. Over. There we go. Okay, now it looks like we're back to business, I guess. Nice. Son of a gun. That's pretty amazing. Save the holy bejesus out of everything here. Everybody's making money over on static, it looks like. Well, that sucks. Exactly. Yeah, right to the 80s, absolutely. Nice one. I can't, when something's amiss like that, I can't just forget about it and do, like I said, I think right up here's the place to do put the hedge short on. I couldn't do that in a million years because I got all this other noise going on in my head. but I hope you did. Oh man, what a pain in the ass. Sorry. So the idea didn't come to fruition here this morning, but you get the point. The entry would have been in this area, and once it's on, your stop is set, the hedge value is set at the stop, and it's locked. So it's, I don't know, as near as I can, I'm not an options trader, but it seems to me like the thing about options that I've always understood, not selling them, but buying them. If you buy a call or a put, that's the maximum. What you paid for it is the maximum risk. No matter, it'll either go in the money or it'll expire worthless and you lose the money. You lose what you paid. That's what and maybe I shouldn't say that because that may not be right. So the difference with this concept that I'm trying to work out here, which Anton has shared with me and us, is that once on, the loss is defined until you start closing off the legs, and then you could get yourself in trouble at that point. But otherwise, the stop, when it hits the stop, you're not immediately stopped out. That's when that triggers the hedge. So it gives you that wiggle room stuff. I think that's the way to look at it. Isn't that kind of how you look at it, Anton? And I'm still working out the detail, or my mind about what to do on the closing out the legs, but yeah. Damn it. Damn it, Janet. You know what movies that's from? You're as old as me, probably. Well, 9:42. Let's see now. Jesus Christ. Well, it looks like everything's back to normal, so that's a good thing. Levels appear to be accurate. That's also a good thing. We had the IB low here, pullback zone. Now we're going up here to who knows where. Let's see what's going on in the bar. That's where I should be, is in the bar right at this moment. Well, we don't have any bars happening yet, which is kind of surprising. I would have thought there'd have been one right there. 16-point range, minimum 5 bars. Okay, let's press past this. Okay, now I got to get rid of all these extra flags and superfluous horse shit around here. Okay. Well, the most likely suspect was taken out right here. There's the pullback to 25%, which should, in theory, constitute the entry of this. Let me see, I think I've got some more IVs floating around here I don't need anymore. Do I? Hidden. Okay. Just to recap, for whatever it's worth, I'm not going to try to scroll this back and get it all balled up, but the gold lines to the left of the chart are the high and low of Asia. These green lines are the high and low of London. And under here, this is the IB, but under there are the red lines, and that is US RTH session. And it took a trade right there as signaled on the touch of the 25, and we're in the money. Short this system. So now I can also push these levels for this. This is based on the Edgeful IB continuation trade. I can push those levels over here where I have session prices on Bookmap, and I just realized I've got the wrong freaking screen going. Sorry about that. So here's the IB high, IB low, 25, 50, 75, or 25 off the top. The trade is real simple, and it's not showing the trade here now, which I'm not quite understanding why, but I guess the restarts. The breakout. Quite obviously, there's the IB broken. The trigger is to pull back to the retrace of 25%. Short. Stop is just above 50. And that's all based on right here. So, first of all, what's in play? What is in play? Let's see. Well, the ES gap opening. Where's the opening range? Where'd that go? I don't know what these ICT things are. I don't know. I don't know how to use this very well, in case you didn't figure that out yet. So here's the IB breakout. We were just looking at it per day, by weekday, Tuesday being the worst day of the week. Next thing you're going to do is you're going to go by retrace, which says that the IB balance breakout is to the upside. Breakdown is right here, and that's what we had today. So there is a 57% probability that once we take the IB low, we'll retrace to the 25% line, which is what we just did, and the system went short. There's a 42% that it'll go back to the retrace back to the 50. And there's a, whatever that says, 28% probability that it'll retrace to the 75%. Now, what I've done on the shorts over somewhere over here, in this case of the short, there's the 25. Rather than the stop being at 50, I put the stop at the 75 because of the difference in probabilities. And it's just happening in, make-believe world over here, so no problem. But here's the trade. Unfortunately, the triggers didn't, the signal markers didn't flash because of the upside down, backwards and forwards with all the data noise, but you get the point, I hope. And what I'll do now is I will push those values to Bookmap, and you can see how that would plot for Bookmap. And I have to do that this way, and I don't know any other way to do it, so sorry. Excuse me. Boom. Now the next update cycle on the export data, you're going to notice that these levels here of session prices will magically disappear in those percentages. There they are, 25, 50, and 25. And the previous RTH low or high is plotted on here. And the session prices remain the same. Well, that was confusing. Jesus, it's so funny how, we sit and depend on all this stuff, and the one little thing goes wrong, and it's like if you've if you guys are pilots, you'll know exactly when you're just flying along and up on top or whatever, and then all of a sudden it just sucks in on you, and it's like, holy you gotta do some scrambling quick. Or sailing, and you get, all of a sudden a blow comes by and you gotta start reefing down and figuring out what's next. Well, two good opportunities, and here you see it. Here you see the trade played out, okay? There's the IB. There's the 25%. See that? Bang, that's the entry down here. So what is that? 97 to 85. So there's 10 points. There's 12 points and still going. You can't argue with the data. And everybody gets their data, does their data, whatever, from a different perspective. But that's why I'm trying to lean on the... It seems to me that what Edgeful has done now so far is they've got a lot of reports that think the way I do. And I don't have to screw around with the data and the coding. I can just use these customizations and stuff, so it saves a lot of time. And that's the whole point. I don't want to be a data wizard, software programming quant guy. I want to be a successful trader. And trading is the point, right? And if you like doing that because it's fun, well, Merry Christmas, keep doing it. Or if you're good at it, then it's easy, that's another one. Yeah, pretty amazing. To the tickaroony, boy. And everything working out in proper direction. And so the context is down. The IB high was put in first, so the likely suspect is the IB low because of the continuation candle, opening continuation candle, they call it, I guess, or indicator or something. Let me see if I can show you all that. The Edgeful has cooked up all or developed all of these indicators for TradingView with which are you can get automatically from Edgeful. But so you see this is the opening range. See this candle going down like that? That's opening continuation is down, meaning that the IB high was formed first, so this is the most likely initial balance, the most probable to take out. And now these levels that I have up here are targets, and that's just, well, let's see if I can figure out how to do all this. I don't know. This ICT thing was an interesting thing, but I think it's something that they cooked up where a high percentage of time, and I think that's this purple line right here, high percentage of time, yeah, it is, because there's midnight. Price revisits or does something with the opening price at midnight. That guy was pretty screwy, or is pretty screwy, but I was looking at it trying to see if there was some, if it makes sense or not. Here's the opening candle continuation, which is this. What I'm looking for here are these right up here, which are the initial breakouts. So what you can do here is you can set these continuation, which are standard deviations of the initial balance, and they put in these levels up here. So let's just pretend that we're going to now start targeting the bottom side. There they are. So this is a half standard deviation and 1 standard deviation off the lows of the IB as targets. And you can validate that here. You can validate that this way. levels. Now this is a breakdown. So 93% of the time of breakdown, you're going to get to 0.1. Let's go to 0.5. It's 58%. And 1 is off the chart to the other side over there. These are the probabilities that you're going to reach these levels after you have a breakout to the downside. In the ES, oh, it should be MES. In the ES, over 6-month data range with the New York. I have two ways to go with this. This is New York 930 to 4. So this is the cash market. And I also have my traditional here. Makes not a lot of difference over there, but this is the full market. This is a 8:30 to 1600 Central Standard Time. So this is not the cash. I think it's sometimes I watch the New York. It seems to have a little bit better statistics. Man, that was a painful son of a gun. Wow, what a mess. Well, I guess I'm back to speed, I think. I hope, I guess. Certainly sorry that I wasn't ironed out for this trade, which is would have been taken. I mean, was by the system, but not by the old guy. think everything's okay. Hope you guys are all. I hope y'all are having a better morning than I am so far. It seems like the whole day has gone by and it's been an hour and a half, you know. Yeah, I'm trying to mess with different ideas about that, like where's the most opportune place to, I tried to figure out if there was some mathematical idea, the most opportune place to take them off, or what, or maybe just immediate. One other thing that is really important is to immediately close both orders, both positions at the same time. And there's no bookmap button that I've been able to figure out that will close all positions across the system. That, I think that's also important. Maybe not so much though, but that's something I was thinking about last night. And down she goes. Look at there. Yeah, this is probably the sell-off that's been in the works. Man, headache. All right, let's start over. Well, where are we now and what are we doing? Lovely trade on the initial balance EF setup. Really inopportune time for IRT to. It wasn't IRT actually, it was a data download. I don't know whether that was an IRT problem or a glitch with the data. The only thing that makes me think it had to do with IRT was that Bookmap never missed a beat, as far as I could tell. Yeah, I think you can. RTrader Pro too. That is the, you're talking about the cancel all, flatten all, right? That's what I was thinking last night too. But that results in me pulling up another window along the line. But I mean, okay, so what? That's important. But yeah, this is RTrader Pro, and I think if you go to the trade button, there's a flatten all, something or another there. Yeah, I had the same thought last night, but then I never got. That's exactly when I went to bed. And I have to even figure out which one it is. I don't use this RTrader Pro much at all. I think it would be recent orders positions. I think it would be. Maybe not. Of course, I'm not in a position, so it's not going to show one, but I'll Google it. And it's just one more thing to have up, but yeah. I don't want to close that either. That's what I was thinking. I can get pretty quick. I can keyboard, flatten real fast, but I have to change the focus of the windows. So it's just as easy to smack that guy and then go smack the other one. Long down here in this day would be, I would not be sure I knew what to do with the exit sequence, because I think the obviously the context is short or down, and that's where. That's where it would be more probable, I guess. I'm going to try to do something here. Ah, damn it. Yeah, there's a flatten all and cancel all and flatten button in the order book. or there's go flat all button within the open positions widget. So either one of those are real familiar to me, but that's all within RTrader Pro. So somewhere over there is a order book and stuff. Let's see what that looks like. Wait a minute, what am I doing here? I don't want to do that, I want to do this. Order book. Where's the right there? Oh, there we are. Flatten, cancel and flatten. Cancel all and flatten. Boom. And this would be showing your order prices. So there, yeah, there you go. That's pretty handy. And that's a pretty small window. I could have that tucked over, tucked under the desk someplace, maybe. I guess it'll work. I don't know. I'll tell you where that might be a problem. I'd have to think about that, because this is doing that copy trade thing, but not using the not using the rhythmic copy trade functionality, using the multi-account trading from within Bookmap. I don't know what that would do. I don't know how to, whether that, you know, I'd have to actually put one on and then just see what the hell happened. Unfortunately, with, you know, with rhythmic and that, you can't do simulated play world and practice it or somehow replay or whatever. Get some aspirin. Whoa, look at us go. Wow, son of a gun. Yeah, I know. And with a regular account like AMP or something like that, me neither. But I'm doing that on this Lucid thing because it's the only way to make it sort of viable. You know, you make $100 here, that's $500 by the time it pushes across, and they give you payouts about that stuff. So I'm just trying to figure it out. With the main thrust of it is to de-risk and still be able to trade with the possibility of payouts, not just a sim or practice thing. I am pretty sorry that I didn't just take that son of a gun though. Was this a breakout, a retest? Oh, how about the bar? Mr. Bar, is the bar open yet? No. Bar's not open. Look at him go. Go, gadget, go. Huh? Wow. How about this guy? Well, this guy's doing pretty good, having a pretty good time over here, isn't he? This is the EF initial balance trade. And if you're not, this profile is weekly, by the way. Wow. Okay. No. Sorry. Damn, I never go back to bed and just. Oh, I went out to the kitchen to get some Tylenol or something, and stopped by Tam's room to refill her water glass and wash her glasses for her, and completely forgot the Tylenol. Yeah. Okay, fine. There should be no other trades trading here. And I am correct. Where did that OR go? There it is. So this is just rocking and ripping, right? Very nice. Very absolutely by the numbers, this trade. That's pretty encouraging. And just son of a gun. Son of a gun. 85s, huh? Okay, this time I promise I'm going to go out and get some. There's the second. So this is T2, which was just taken. T1, T2, 74, 79 ticks, plus T1, because this doesn't take into account, it's tired of explaining this actually, but this old indicator that plots these trades on any chart, which is called the trade system indicator, doesn't add up or total multiple targets. It'll plot that one and this one, it'll plot them. So there's the stop, and there's T1, and it'll also plot T2, but it doesn't add those two together in the code down there at the bottom, which says 79 ticks or whatever it said. So there you go. And I actually don't worry about it because it's not the point. You know, that's not the point of the thing. Okay, now I'm going to get a Tylenol, I promise. Well, we got the MCVPOC down here at the high volume node from the 7th of May, right there. So we've traded through that doesn't sound right. What the hell's going on here? No, I got something else goofy. Captain Goofy. So there's the micro composite VPOC. I'm sure what the story is here, and I forgot that, is that on the 7th, which is here, notice the info box, it'll give you the, wherever I put the mouse, will give you all the specs, including the date, the 7th. So what I did was set that MCVPOC on the 7th. But didn't change it because the MCVPOC is for this entire MC, right? So that's oops on my part. Sorry about that. Yeah. So what? I guess nobody cared. Nobody cared with me. Man, I'll tell you. Disappointing. In this case, anybody besides Anton that's listening here, ever, the hedge would not have any impact, for example, on this trade, because what it does is it only triggers at the stop, which is not the case even close here and still going. So that's, see here. That's really disappointing that I didn't just, even after I got all the data organized and I called it out standing here, this would be a spot I would short for the, put the hedge short on, and it would be now up almost 20 handles. Wow, 20 handles right there, boom. And at this point, I'm always hesitant as to how the hell do you get back on them. Now it says we've got 109 ticks plus the T1, so yeah, nice. Nice. Son of a gun, look at it go. And it's short too, my favorite. Really, really disappointing. So there you go. 109 plus 30 something. What is this all about? What are you going to do now? IRT, you going to surprise me? You're playing hide and seek? Jesus. One of the things IRT does that I don't know if you notice or anybody cares, but you notice how these windows are kind of just flopping all over the place? They very definitely recommend not to keep them in the container, which is this blue thing. So these are all floating windows all over everywhere. I can put it over in the middle of Bookmap, whatever else it is. I really have never liked that particularly. But nobody asked me what I like, so. Okay, here we go. Well, is this a ABC reversal? Well, you know, you could call that out in a lot of places, but A, B, C, higher lows. The signal supposedly is when it surpasses the center of the W or the whatever the thing is. I don't have any idea if that's valid or not. I think, for me, staying aligned with context is a much more valid idea, and use these kind of things, like I say, you know, sell the rips, buy the dips. Oop. I'm gonna I have to hire a little person to just keep poking the screen button so that I stay on the right screen, right one for you, the stream. 10:30. That must mean Tom time. God, it's only 10:30. Seems like it's 2 in the afternoon to me. Now I don't know why. There's also some interesting data in Edgeful about time of day, which we refer to a lot as RTH 1, 2, or 3, but they do by much more granular increments. The probability of like IB high being taken out or whatever as it progresses through the day. That red line's about. See how when I come through there, that red line stays on the low? Goes away when I come past it? I guess maybe that's a magical thing I don't know about in Bookmap. Now I'm going to take a run through the roses here just to make sure I've got all of this gear set up. 5 lots. Okay, and that's the minis. Yes, sirree, Bobby. Let's get over here to the micros and have a look. One should be 1 lot. Yep. Okay. Is my... Yep, calculator's in place. Okay. What's happening else? Let's see here. We have the wrong thing. So there's the multi-trade thingy. There's the VWAP. We don't care. Price line. The execution pros off. Multi-brackets are off. I guess this is going to the right place, probably. Yeah. Okay. Everything looks like everything looks pretty much okie dokie. Have you seen the, I suppose y'all have, market profile that goes with Bookmap now? I haven't been using it, but I think I can turn it on pretty easy. There's a footprint also, by the way. Where did the market profile go? Right there. So there's a market profile chart with volume for the session. And I guess you got to expand the columns in order to see the numbers of the brackets, but it looks a little funky to me, but no, it looks exactly, yeah, it looks exactly like IRT. So if you look at, oh man. If you look over here at IRT, you got this chunky little flat guy here with the brackets and the TPOs and the volume profile, and then dust back over here, it's pretty much the same layout, which is ought to be. Because it's, and there's the IB. Well, that's pretty cool. It's got the IB marked out. I suppose you could put POC and IB and all that kind of stuff and eventually get rid of, there's the value areas in blue. Okay, so you could essentially eliminate the need for session prices by using that market profile, because after all, that's really what all that session price story is built on. How about footprint? What does it do? I have no idea. Ooh, this looks confusing. Oh man, there's a lot of stuff you can do there in there. But what does this do? Where the hell is it even? I don't even see it. Oh, I guess it's calculating it now. It's calculating the footprint now. Let's see what it does. Oh, well, there you go. That looks pretty unhandy. And here's the footprint developer. Whoa, hello. There you go. That's about as handy as 2 left feet, isn't it? Wow. I think we're going to shut that bad boy off pretty fast. Look at all the stuff you can do over here, though. Where's the freaking numbers? I'm going to get rid of that, that's for sure, at this moment. For a minute there, it looked like those colors were going to be the delta thing you were talking about in it. Excuse me, ASTS. And then all the numbers came over the top there, and that looked pretty goofy. Yeah, well, one thing about the legs is it's all of the directional is on the micros, and the hedge option is on the other one. So yeah, I can't do the wrong thing that way, but the decision as to which one to close first or at all is something that I'm not really clear about. I was giving it a lot of thought the last weekend and yesterday night, but yeah. The further we get into the day, the less warm and fuzzy I feel about directionally trading, especially with this way this thing has been. And don't forget, oh no, he started talking at 10, so that's probably over with now, I guess, maybe, I don't know. Otis was on the somewhere, he was doing something like usual. Seth is going with him to China. Well, there you go. There. I guess he hasn't tried Chinese whiskey before. He's probably really excited. Ships are coming to Texas and Louisiana to load up with oil. Jesus, what an ass, what a crazy, we have to do tariffs in a different way, less efficient, but I get to charge more. What in the hell is, I really, I don't know what to think. I really don't know what to think. I guess that's the bottom line. I'm not sure that the approach is as one would expect of a government, you know. And he seems to absolutely refuse to accept American people are paying for the tariffs, not anybody else. I don't know Why? Yeah, I was trying to figure that out last night too, actually. You know, thinking about which direction and leaning on the most favorable probability. Exactly. I think the basic appeal to me is the fact that the maximum risk is locked in, but you're not out of the trade or out of the market. It's not like a stop. You're over with. It's done. That's the real appeal to me. Or I've, you know, or I'm misunderstanding something, but. Well, I'm at night, now that I've gotten some data, as I mentioned yesterday, I think, I had not been tracking the ES just simply because I was trying to lighten the load on the system here to try to get over this incessant lag crap in IRT, actually. So I had, over the weekend, I only had the data from Friday afternoon. Traded the bejesus out of that. And now yesterday, I had all of yesterday, so I could do yesterday or Friday. And today, you know, as the days progress, then the recordings will build and I can go back to random days and do stuff. Here's Antonio's VWAP migration. This would be an excellent spot to do. These VWAP migrations would be an excellent spot for the hedge trade, I believe, because you're still covered even if it goes up, you know, even to whatever the extent of the pullback is within reason, rather than waiting for the price check at aisle 3 or, oh, is it come back to mid or IB or what's it going to do? I guess. One of the things that I need to practice or be really mindful of at the moment when I'm doing it is order placement, because it's all to do with right click, left click, you know, shift or not. And that's important, really majorly important with Bookmap. It could be much more streamlined, or from that point of view, with a dome, but it takes up so much room screen wise. This is much more efficient, I believe. Yeah, I'm not watching both of them because I have the IRT up on this screen, and underneath it here is where this boy's living. Now on mine, it hasn't migrated. It has not. Oh, wait a minute. 82s, 80. Oh, and it's higher. Isn't that amazing? It's half a point higher. Yeah, it migrated over here. I also want to make sure I always have these, and I don't. Well, I do now. On 5, I want to make sure that the time frame's on the same amount, 5, you know, and In this case, it's 15 minutes, but usually when I'm focusing in on it, I keep it on 5 for both. Oh, and I'm seeing something else here too. Wait a minute. Maybe I'm not. Yeah, there's the. I wonder how that lays out in terms of that 25% story. I should have listened to myself and sold that migration and put the hedge on. I mean, I actually even said so. I don't know one of the things I'm hoping that happens with out of the, well, I'm not hoping. I have to make sure that happens. Is that my hesitation is this paralysis by analysis thing, which I attribute to the small account, small live account, goes away. And funny, when I first started trading, Jesus, I traded 100 trades a day, and of course lost all my money. Didn't have any clue what I was doing, but thought I did. Okay. I hope this Tylenol kicks in pretty quick. I don't feel like hammered crap. it kind of came to a grinding halt here. Yeah, there are a few singles up there. I didn't even notice that. Thanks for pointing that out. I have one, actually. At the 39s on the way down. What? Oh, yeah, my other eyes. 89. I'm going, wait a minute. 39, hold the phone here. Yeah. And it's kind of funny because it doesn't look like singles on the volume profile. Well, 82 to 75 as I shot my mouth off. This is where I should go. Hedge, this is where I had to put the short on ready in case of a hedge and didn't do anything. Made fun of our good friend Antonio. I was making millions of dollars on these VPOC migrations. But I tell you what, I think the hedge idea is a real plus here. Well, it wouldn't be. Actually, the 5 points would be at the 70s, right? So you still wouldn't be over out of the mid range there. Well, you would be, but you'd be hedged. So that's the difference. You wouldn't be stopped, but you would be hedged. Different way to think. I need to get that baked into my brain. Another thing that I've noticed is at what point do you put on that take profit or the trailing stop in the direction of the trade, even though your hedges are out there? That's another one that needs to be well thought out, I think. Yeah, 90's the mid and the VWAP and everybody else. I told you about the guy I think I mentioned the other day about the guy that look at it go. God darn it, I am such a wuss. Jesus, I'm sick of it. Bad enough to not, it's one thing to not recognize something. It's another thing to recognize it, point it out, talk about it in the stream, and then stand here like Alice Bitokas and not do anything. I got to get over that. More than you know. Anyway, what I was going to say was the guy who uses the one standard deviation bands on the VWAP as value area, and all things else being equal, all the other ways that people think about and trade and do stuff with value area. Only the difference is instead of 70% either side of on the volume profile, so here is value area, and as far as he's concerned, and this is the POC or the mid, which is the most fair price. And then I know Antonio had done something similar. Well, my trade idea was to have put the hedge on short are we right here? When I said, well, look at the VPOC migration, that would have been the entry for the short. And then obviously 5 points above and it's still rocking in your favor, and there's no reason for a hedge. The hedge hasn't been triggered even. It's in alignment with context. It's heading down. In other words, sell the rips. And now it's making it even. It's rubbing my nose in the poop right now. That's what I would have done. And I don't know why I stood here like a donut and didn't do it. But I'm going to sneeze, so stand by. Wow. Look at him go. Well, I would now be in the money 15 handles. On a 5 lot. Times 4, times 5. And a trade like this there's absolutely no question about anybody can do it on any platform, you know. I mean, I think I told you that I came up with my best lawyer questioning techniques and got a human at Lucid instead of the AI thing, and the concept of the hedging and the whole thing is absolutely okay as far as this guy, you know, according to this guy, and I screen captured that conversation. So if they flip me any crap, I can go, well, here you go. This is what your boy told me. And I don't think it's a problem. And I confirmed with AMP, yes, of course it's fine. So if you're trading a live one, Antonio or whatever, I'm sure it's the same with IB. Yeah, there you go. Now, Tom Hogart yesterday, in the middle of his quite a, I'm sure he felt pretty bad about that big loss, and he was bemoaning the fact that, well, now everybody's going to say I'm a terrible trader and all this stuff. So, you know, which I don't think anybody will. But anyhow, he was saying that his platform, which he talks about frequently, that's his or something he had built for him or something. He can hedge on it by just click a button, and then he can be short and long ES, for example, at the same time. Well, that's against the law, even with the CME. So this must be something he can, and it's got nothing to do with the platform. It's got to do with the broker. So it must be to do with that CFTs or whatever it is they trade, because you notice he never trades the ES or the NQ. It's the NAS 100 or the Dow 30 or something like that. It's something to do with those brokers over there. There's nothing wrong with it, but you cannot absolutely on any, even with AMP or anywhere else, can you go long and short the same contract on the same account, in the same account. As the AMP guy said, no, you'd be flat. I said, no. I meant, he said, oh yeah, sorry, I misread. Well, that would have been nice, huh? I think these Tylenol may be kicking in. That's a good thing. Well, here we go. Another VPOC migration, and here's another chance, huh? Now I'm going to wuss out again because I'm thinking, ooh, it's 11 o'clock, and they do that reversal story around 11 to 12, and yada, yada, yada. I'm always leery of how many times can you go to the well, you know, like this was the one to take. This is the sucker play, in my opinion. And it may absolutely not be, but you look over at this kind of thing, and that's what I think. Well, I'm sure glad IRT came around. That was pretty freaking disappointing. I should say that it was not a problem of IRT, actually. It was the data download from the provider, which is coming rhythmic, but through the Lucid outfit, because obviously what I had was I had the the rhythmic data, which is current, and that's what was plotting, but I didn't have the historical, which is the DTNIQ feed. So when I had originally done a data download, it hadn't completed. It had really nothing. IRT was actually displaying the data that it had. So need to be clear about that. That wasn't a problem of IRT. Okay, so if I'd have taken that short, 77s to 75s, there's 5 points. Now, one thing about this, there's no scaling or anything in this Hedge idea yet, and from my side anyway. So there's no, risk neutral lock-in or anything like that. The only thing that could be done is just trail a stop to entry, for example, and then you're locked at that. If you know what I mean. If you know what I mean. Yep. There you go. Yeah, that's one that goes in your favor. At how far, how many points? That's something that needs to be pre-thought. I think I was just kind of what I was just talking about. Also, was I don't know how to deal with that profit part. Like, do you throw a trail in there somewhere in between the stop and the hedge, and then I don't know. That intricate part of trade management is the one that it's a piece I need to figure out. And then on the other hand, if you can just do it like this every time and have 130 ticks, yay. No muss, no fuss. And you could still have the hedge at the stop. So Nothing going to happen over here. It's so far below the IB low, it can't even see, which is fine. Are the bars? Is the bars open? Yeah. Oh, the bar's open. Here, looky here. Well, we have a bar open, and we have a bar, we have a breakout, we have a retest. And I guess it's going in the way of the retest. So there we are. Well, isn't that cute? They're bumping right up on this high volume node over here, though, and I'm not sure they're going to get it to fall much further. It's kind of starting to bulk up, you know. They've got taper at both ends, and as you pointed out, there's some singles in the middle. What is this piece of stuff? I don't even know what this thing is over here, but it needs to be. I don't know why that was there in the first place. IRT does stuff with, it creates instruments around these trading things. I'm not sure how that all works. Every once in a while, I just delete them and it doesn't seem to bother anybody, so. Well, what do we got going on now? You want to be a price action guy? We've got a wedge forming. We've got lower highs and higher lows. Zoom. Megaphone, baby. With the POC smack dab in the middle of it. Wow. The house is suspiciously quiet. My sneaking suspicion is these guys are all taking a nap around here, and I'm the only one fighting the battle. That's good. And that's a good thing. That's what old guys are for, right? Fight the battle. Look at that, whatever you call it. Wedge, whatever. I don't know any of those things or what they mean, but that's what we got, I guess, right? Slower highs and higher lows. Within, within the context of down. South Rooney. I'm always leery around this time of day, however. wonder whatever happened to Timothy Leary. Little fuel here, get a stick of string cheese. I was sorry, I was on mute, I think. Only going to cost $34 billion to pay back the tariffs plus interest. That was a good idea. I think I was on mute. I don't know. What's going on elsewhere around here? Oh, I haven't even looked at old Bloomberg. I don't know what he's up to. Well, remember that the VPOC is the most traded price now. I do like the other fellow's idea about fair value being the VWAP and then the value area being the two standard deviations, the one standard deviation either side. That's appealing, but it doesn't change the fact that the VPOC by volume is still the most traded price. Right here. And we're coiling this mess up. I mean, look at it. Doom. Doom. I'm not going to draw any lines because I'll be clicking over here if there's a world and then I'll be regretting the hell out of that. But you get the point. Going to be taking the opportunity to duck out at about 11:30. I'm thinking that saving a shower and stuff probably might help. Probably might help. just dying to put a trade on, but you know, I've got my monkey boy leash hung up over here, so I'm resisting that urge, but I want to just see how it's all working, you know what I mean? And I obviously stepped on my you know what, right over here and then right here by not doing that. And incidentally, along the same conversation, the hedge here would not be triggered. No heat, in profit. So, in fact, almost 15 points, you know, 82s to 65s. How can I get this on one? There we go. 1 point high. Now, the last time I stepped away around this time, the market did exactly what I had been anticipating all morning, about 4 minutes after I stepped away. So, you guys get ready to make a lot of money. I don't have anything. I'm not anticipating anything right now. Looks like we're just consolidating down and trading them out. The move was this morning, as far as I'm concerned, down to about 10:30. And the closer we get to the top of the hour on noon there, the less favorable I think about it. This hedge thing, Richard and Antonio, is just another way of risk neutral, essentially. But I like it because it, as I said earlier, it's really appealing. It's much like an option because you don't, your stop is still there. It's definitely locked in. It's definitely contained, but you're not out of the market. Sounds pretty good to me. And I think with that, I'm going to step away here for a minute. Be back in a bit. sticking pretty close to that POC. Yeah. Okay, so where am I here? Yeah, all this delta right along here, all these gray guys. We could probably open this up a little bit. Let's check. It might be easier to read. A little buy delta there and there, and yeah, the rest of it's pretty much all sell delta. So that means yeah, assuming that the buying and selling is being done by retail and the market makers are on the other side of it. Yep, that sounds reasonable. Exactly. I'm gonna step out and get some sunshine and some fresh air and rest my old eyes, and I'll be back in a little bit here. The minute I start typing that, it falls out of bed.
Hey, the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken.
subs and material. And, yeah. Well, what is he? I mean, how busy can a donut guy be? He doesn't make donuts. Arbitration, yeah. Yeah, his cousin or something.
Well, a long call with my son. Anyway, a lot going on in a lot of different parts of the world, apparently. So, yeah, well, there was that buyers. There was all of that higher ground you were thinking the market makers were going to be wanting their Anton. And they're still going up here to that first standard deviation on the top. Out the top we go. Man. Yeah, I think part of that conversation, I might have had the mute off here if you heard a bunch of random talk. I'm sorry. Sorry, talking to my son on the headset from my phone, and so you could have only heard one side of a conversation, perhaps. Sorry about that. Look at this thing go. Wow. If you took it both directions, aren't you a happy person today? I got stuff going on everywhere here. Things, reminders popping up on Outlook, and this thing busting through the top, and wow. I'm assuming that this is not doing. There's no news under this, right? This is just they're trading the hell out of them. They are spanking them all. I got rid of another one. got rid of another one. Amazing. How many cabinet people has Trump gotten rid of now? 5 or something? Wow. Okay. I don't know why this keeps doing that, but that is really irritating. Yeah. Yeah, look at them go. Previous RTH low. They're right back up to the previous day's low. So just a little higher and we'll be back at close. This entire day will have been one giant exercise in speculation, expressing no opinion whatsoever in the value of the S&P. That always intrigues me when they do that. Pretty crazy. Yeah, I think you're away. Yeah, never mind. I don't think this is a place to call the top or to try to pick the top either. Got a big doji, huge buying tail down here. Well, is this the place for is this the place for hedge short? It's not. No, I'm just joking. There's no trade opportunity here for me. No setups that I have ever worked on at this point. So that's not a trade. The hedge idea is only to further and improve existing setups, which have been vetted. Boy, I'll tell you one thing though, if you got on the shorts on the way down and took some advice around the mid flip down here at the bottom, wouldn't this be a lovely day? Wow. You know, 40, basically 50 handles up and down. Wow. Handles times 4, you know. 400 ticks. I wonder who got him. Surely some rearview mirror aficionado has been able to capture most of that. I am not one of them. And I actually joke about it because I would never be. Here we are at the, there's Blue Boy. There's our day so far. Double bottom, oh look here. Back up. So, lovely, huh? Right, back up. When we get right here in another half a handful of points, this day will be exactly nothing. Pure speculation and, you know, rinse and repeat. Ring those guys out. Sell them, 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 get them down here and they're all short, and then roll it over and start taking the stops out all the way back up. That's called market maker money times 2. Higher time frame. In my opinion. And that's just probably some sort of a conspiracy-laced paranoia. I actually don't believe that at all. It is the truth. This is a zero-sum game, and if you don't know that, that's a pretty that's something you better look into. We trade contracts in futures. Now I'm talking only futures. We trade contracts, and there requires one buyer and one seller. So think for a minute what that means. Every trade, all the way down, every sell, there was a buyer. Now they're down here at the bottom, and they're loaded with inventory, and how do they make money? They start running the stops and taking out the shorts. And pretty soon it'll be the other way, because they're going to get up here and these guys are going to be short, and then they're going to go the other way. That's how it works. It's a zero-sum game. The classic, the market goes up to go down and goes down to go up. That's a fact. That is a fact, Jack. And there can never be more buyers than sellers actually trade the market because of that fact. There can be a lot more resting liquidity in the book, limit orders, absolutely. But there can never be more buyers than sellers. It's zero sum by the very nature of the contract. I think I'm talking to myself here, so I'm not going to probably spend a lot of time on the explanations or backtesting stuff because it's, you know, the way that the reason for this narration is to get what I was thinking into the recording, or obviously to communicate with somebody when we're doing that. And as Anton pointed out, the profile is fairly well balanced. POC is pretty smack in the middle, and roughly equidistant on both sides there. One of the ways you can tell about a balanced profile with IRT, which is kind of cute, if you don't know this, see this gold line right here? And this gold line right here, those are the balance lines. If price traded up to this line right here with X amount of contracts, this profile would be perfectly balanced. It's within about 3 points of being perfectly balanced right now. The balance area, it's in the I think I can do this. Oh no, wait, I'm on the wrong kettle of, excuse me. I need to be in the market, in the profile. There we go. Balance area right there. That means the profile would be completely balanced. And I realize that the one standard deviation is not 70%, but that's kind of what everybody uses. And so to not get a bunch of people confused or upset, I just run with 70 rather than 68.9 or whatever it is. What's going on in the bar? Let's check. I'm kind of thirsty. Let's check the bar. Oh, looky here. Well, we've got open consolidations that haven't been retested. This one was traded across both ways. Not so here, or here, or here. What does that mean? If you know, please let me know. We're not, oh, we did take a little thing right here. It's still not throwing those flags. That's kind of bizarre. I don't know why. I thought I had this set to only take one trade a day, but it doesn't matter. It's just within the simulated world. Here was the first trade, exactly as it should be. There's the breakout, the retest to the 25%, and down we go. Here's the next one, which went the wrong direction. And I thought I had them set up to only one trade per day. I'm gonna check that out later. What else do we have here? Oh, we got a couple on this one when we came back through it. Look at here. So here is a, here's a long, there's the A, trigger, A, B, trigger. Stop, next B, trigger, long, T1, T2. I haven't been even paying attention to these, which is, I apologize, but this one was producing terrible results, and this is the one that has produced the drawdowns. And I think it is because of the fixed zones and the volatility of the market. And these zones aren't moving with that percentage-wise. That's why I'm leaning much stronger on this idea, because this is based on data directly and percentages of the IB. So, and only trading in the direction of the highest probability IB. So there you go. Those are taken from, those stats are derived from over here. So let's see what we got going on for the single break on Tuesday. Short was only 64%, you see, and we got it. But we've taken it and we got it. We got the T1 and T2. So, yay for us. Let's see what happens on Wednesday. Much different probability here. On Wednesday, we have this is basically the what's in play for today. That would be like over here for this particular report. So we got 84.6%, 11.5 and 3 for no break on Wednesdays. And let's take a look at the retracements. This is Monday, so we got to change this one to, we got to change custom to Wednesday for tomorrow. So when we're looking at the IB for tomorrow, ooh, this is great. Actually, this is one of the best days. Look at there. For an initial balance breakout to the upside, we've got 54.55% probability that we will break the upside and retrace to 25% level, which we did today to the tick. And 18% will go to 50, and 18% we go to 75. That's kind of surprising, isn't it? Meaning then that the entry would be here and the stop would be under the 50%, and that's good probability, good odds that you're going to have a successful outcome. For the breakdown, in the case of selling some more, 81% we break it, and 64 under the 50%. Not that we break it. 81% we get to 25, and 50%, 63% of the time we get to 50%. What I do on the shorts is I put the entry here instead of here, and I look at it and then put the stop over here. And you can use the levels, as I said, for the targets. Are you hungry? Sorry, talking to the princess there. I'm surrounded by princesses. Prince I guess. Princess I. Princesses. Whatever. Okay. Boy, they stopped smack dab on that previous RTH high, didn't they? Smack dab a Rooney. I think that not going to get carried away here and try to test out this trade setups. This looks like a crazy day to me. Balanced profile, we're trading back and forth across range. Now, this would be the proper entry because it's essentially a mean reversion. The only problem is they kind of got pretty frisky down here at the bottom. They got all these guys long up here and then took out the stops, got them short down at the bottom, and then up they went. And I suppose that all of this rapid action here was taking out the stops. These dotted lines, the same color, these are the one standard deviation band either side of the RTH VWAP. I'm tired again, man. I can't seem to get ahead of this. I'm going to go to bed at 8. Tomorrow is going to be an anomaly for the stream because I have to be up extra early to take Tam in for her a final. So rather than starting the stream at 0800 as usual, I'll start it at 7:30 so that everything is up and plotting and running, and we have to hit the road at 8 tomorrow to have her out there a little more than an hour earlier than usual. Typically at 1400 I would do a kind of a hash through of the statistics, back testing, and where I'm at with that whole drama. But I think we're pretty much limited people here today, and I'm gonna forego that. I don't feel very good, and I'm looking for 1500, and I'm gonna be a clap of thunder in a vacuum where I used to be standing, and I'll be in bed by take a nap. I think it'd be the best thing to cure what ails me here today.
Yeah. Yep, it's a one big speculation. They wrung them out on the way down. They got them all short, and then they wrung them out. They squeezed them on the way up, making absolutely no statement one way or the other about the value of the S&P. Well, out the top we go, huh? Heidi-ho, out the top we go. Yeah, they usually look for some impetus to react to, but they've already thought about what they're going to do. That's kind of how I feel about it too. Okay. Trying to keep all these balls in the air here with get Tam organized. I think try to say this frequently. Tomorrow the stream's going to start at 9:30 because I have to leave. We have to be out of here at 8 o'clock to get Tam to her one of her finals. So that's why they, I don't know why they changed the time, but who knows, they did. So what are you going to do? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't listened to one of those in some time. But boy, there's a there we are past the open. Previous RTH high. And we might take the overnight mid, which is the 82.5. Be interesting if that happens. Oh, a double, look at there, double IB. That's a rare animal in this. Yeah. There is the double IB, which is an extremely low possibility today. Probability. Where's the mouse? Damn it. There we go. Okay, initial balance. We don't want this. We want by day. Where'd by day go? Beep, 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 beep. Weekday. There we go. So here's Tuesday, I think. Double breaks 36%. Tuesday is the worst day for the IB trades, ironically. Look at the difference here. The best is Wednesday, followed in hot pursuit by Friday, and then Thursday, and then Monday. What a weird. Yeah, I guess just basically, if you think about it from the higher time frame point of view, they just needed to readjust their inventory and gather up a bunch of money and then get right back to where they started. Funny, isn't it? And look at here. The world famous doji right on the MCVPOC and nothing but a big. I always get confused. Selling tail, I would say, but I believe it's considered a buying tail. They sold it down, and these guys bought it back up. I think that's how it goes. Is that right? Does anybody know? A big wick down like this is a selling tail or buying tail? I think it's a selling tail, and then that didn't go anywhere. The sellers couldn't keep going, is what I think it means. When is this? When is the squad heading for China? Tomorrow, I think, isn't it? Or tonight or something? When was the last time we heard anything about Venezuela? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what to call them either. I'm gonna call it a selling tail. There you go. I suppose I could use the Googledy schmoogledy thing to figure that out. What is Mr. Bloomberg up to? Speaking of that, Fed rate cut looks surge in prediction markets. 3 minutes ago, Iran Foreign Ministry rejects Kuwait's statements that Tehran was planning hostile actions against the Gulf country. Court halts order declaring new Trump tariff unlawful for now. Wait a minute. I'm not sure I understand what that means. Court halts order declaring new Trump tariffs unlawful for now. I thought the Supreme Court weighed in on that, and now he's trying to come up with something else. I don't. 1 hour ago, Trump's still talking. Iran will either do the right thing or we'll finish the job. He's going to do a lot of business in China. Do you suppose he realizes that China can't really buy anything from us, particularly except food and stuff, at a government level, because the people can't afford anything that was made over here? The Russia-Ukraine war is going to end very soon. This is all 1 hour ago from Walter Bloomberg. Trump was going to have a long talk with Z about the Iran war. The FDA guy got kicked out. He's resigned again. And this goddamn Kevin Warsh is the Fed. This is the new Fed guy. That's a disaster on wheels. Well, there you go. Now you know all that Bloomberg knows. Oh, I went up there to do something else and I totally forgot. Yeah, a buying tail is typically a string of single TPOs or a thin volume at the bottom of a market profile signaling sellers have dried up and buyers have pushed prices higher. That's a buying tail. So the bottom is a buying tail. So this thing over here is a buying tail. And I seem to remember that I always got confused with that back in market profile world. Buying tail. Top down selling tail. Okay. There we go. Well, thank you, Doctor, whoever you were. There you go. Now we know. Inquiring minds want to know. Shit. That's great. Suppose I just did the entire pre-market thing on mute, or the market wrap on mute. Well, that's pretty cool. Okay, quickly the daily recap, I guess, again. We just tagged out the balance and pushed it up. At one point, this was on the bottom and this one was up, and we've just now tagged into that. This is yesterday. Let's look at the numbers, which is the important stuff that these guys can get up to. The economic calendar for tomorrow, we've got PPI. You can filter this for wherever you are, of course. There's earnings continue. I don't think there's any earnings tomorrow that are worth a damn either, to be honest about it. Cisco, Alibaba, SoftBank. Okay, nothing really shaking. I think NVIDIA is the last of the Mag 7 in this next week, if I remember right. Here's an example of those bookmap setup that I can't make heads or tail out of. That doesn't do me any good, that deal right there. But that's just me. The other news source that I use is Financial Juice. We'll have the market on closing balance right here. And they pull these non-economic events which have high risk potential for the auction into their schedule, which I really appreciate. Because you can't manage risk if you don't know about it. Simple. So there we go. I guess I got that done now with the mute off, and then that's a good thing. And we'll have the market on closing balance at 1450. And then 1500, I'll close her down, and I'll start the stream at 7:30 tomorrow morning, Central Standard Time, because I've got to duck away at 8, take Tam to school to a test. An hour earlier. Why they raised they brought all the test times an hour forward from the original class schedules. I don't understand why they do that, but nobody asked my opinion, and I'm sure they don't care. So there we go. What's Ground News got to say? This guy quit. So that's they got rid of another one. What is this? Is this the first guy, and all the rest of the cabinet people that have been kicked out have been women? Is that true? Anyway, yeah. Craziness. Some guy jumped the fence. Did you see this thing or hear about this? Some guy jumped the perimeter fence in DIA in Denver and was out running on the runway and got hit by a landing Frontier plane. I mean, all you got to do is move to the side, a few feet. You're not going to outrun him. Maybe he was out to commit suicide some gruesome, weird way or something. Who knows? Too bad. Oh, now he's heading for Cuba. Oh my God. Oh my God. We got about 7 minutes for the until the market on close. Brent settles at 107.77, up $3.56 a barrel. Yeah, it's just all it's crazy. Yeah, I mean, and some people, you know, it's a human thing, I guess. Rather than just sidestep 50 feet, they try to outrun things coming at them, like a car or whatever else, which very rarely ends well. But that's happened more than once, I think. Ooh, double top, baby. All-time highs, double top. Here we go. Now they're going to dump it for the market on the closing swing trade and take it back down to new lows, maybe? Nothing would surprise me. It's not a terribly big range, really. 25, 62 to 25, 60 to quarters, 80 points, essentially. No. 40 and 20, 60. Not even that. Oh, so I didn't see any of that. I didn't see anything about it. So it was a suicide thing, I guess. His girlfriend was probably on the plane and he was going to make her feel bad or some crazy crap. Or maybe he had been fired by Frontier or some extra crazy crap like that. You never know. You never, ever know. It's like this crazy guy in Washington press conference thing. First of all, there's so many anomalies with how he was able to walk through the hotel and into that closet and come running out with a shotgun. And then nobody shoots him. Shoots a guy. The guy doesn't even step back or recoil. And where was he going to go? Is he going to run in there and run up to the stage and shoot Trump with a shotgun? I mean, that whole thing smacks of just complete. Doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. None whatsoever. Try not to watch that stuff because it just seems so crazy to me. But I did happen to see the video of it where he runs through the metal detector and supposedly shoots that guy point blank with a shotgun from about 4 feet. And the guy doesn't even flinch back or step back move. And there's a hell of a recoil behind a shotgun shell. I was pretty, I found that curious, shall we say. And if it was buckshot, there has got to be a pattern there. A lot of questions there, I think. Kind of like they mysteriously find a note from Epstein 7 years, 7 years or some crap after all this started. Yeah. Nobody thought that might be important. Up we go. Squeezy, squeezy. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I don't know. I know that I'll be doing my Hedge replay all night, and then I'm going to be coming in here at it tomorrow morning. I hope. I hope that the test is long enough that I don't have to stay up there, because it's about 15 or something miles. So, you know, what I don't want to do is drive up, drive her off, drive back, and then just by the time I get back, it's, can you come pick me up? You know what I mean? And sitting in the parking lot for an hour is also a lot of fun, but which is exactly what I'll do if that's what it boils down to, but we'll see. And it's just tomorrow, so there we go. And here we are with 50. Oh, there's the 50. So this is market on closing balance. Not much reaction there. It's a little bit up. Not that I imagine there would going to be any pullback, but let's see what happens over here on this one. Hardly any reaction there. Well, there you go. They're all buy side. 2,610,000,000 buy side S&P. 1,167,000,000 buy side Nasdaq. 661 buy side. Buy side 783. So there you go. Everybody in the world is excited, and let's buy some more. We're going to the moon, Alice. Jesus, I tell you. Well, so ends another exciting adventure of Boomer Does Futures. Yeah, I don't know. I think the whole market is crazy irrational right now, and it bothers me for some reason. I don't know why, but it does. It's like, well, whatever. It's like whatever it is. They're excited about what's going on, and I guess I'm one of the few people that don't think everything is great over here. Which is good. Maybe I'm in the minority. I guess that's a good thing. So tomorrow, 7:30 in the morning, I stream every trading day, typically from 8 o'clock until 1500, which is the cash market. Start with the pre-market and set up all the stuff and analyze what happened overnight, the pre-market, what I expect will happen with the trade as we open. Tomorrow is an exception when it'll be a little bit early because of something I have to do. And And there you go. Remember that the most critical piece of equipment you've got in your trading office is sitting on your side of the monitor. And also probably the weakest link in the office. You know, spend a lot of money on monitors and DPIs and software and indicators and whatever else. And we need to realize that our eyes take in all that data, our brain processes that data, and we use that information to make financial decisions for our family. So, without a doubt, the most critical piece. You need to make sure that you're well rested, well hydrated, not on emotional tilt. Try to stay fit as you can, exercise, keep your blood pumping. We're in one of the most competitive businesses that exists on the earth. I mean, the people that, as we talked about earlier, it's a zero-sum game, right? On every buyer, there's a sell. For every sell, there's a buy. And the people that are on the other side, or the entity on the other side of about 85% of the trades, apparently, are some of the most educated, well-funded, well-designed algorithms and traders in the world. And believe me, when they come to work in the morning, they only have one mission, and that is to be on the winning side of as many trades as they can. And if, take care. See you tomorrow, Anto. And if you think that you're going to, come slopping in and have hung over and grab some money out of the market, good luck. I'm not sure that that's going to happen so well. So take good care of yourself and treat it like really the business that it is, and it's a high performance thing. You've got to be firing on all cylinders. Absolutely. Going to close here in a couple, 3 minutes. Thanks for coming by the way. I really do appreciate that. Like and subscribe. That's super. Drop something in the chat. So Anton and I have Antonio and Richard. We've got, it's all a collaboration here. And again, tomorrow morning will be, I'll start the stream up at 7:30 because I won't be here at 8. So that's pretty easy. Look at this. Well, if you were just kind of not asleep at the wheel, look at that. All the way back and then some. Here's where we opened. Right there. Right there, sorry. Crazy, huh? The entire day we trade down here until about 12, and then up she goes. So a minute and a half. Richard, Antonio, any lurkers in the crowd? Thanks a lot for coming by. I appreciate it very much. Keep your powder dry and mind your risk. That's about it. We got some PPI tomorrow. We have CPI today, so we got another big number out in the morning. So be aware. And we got about 30 seconds till the cash close, and I will wind the stream up. And there we have it. 7 hours on the stream clock. That is the cash close. Have a great rest of your day. Get outside, get some, look down the street, get some soft focus, get some natural light, do something healthy, get away from the monitors, and come back fresh and ready to rumble in the morning. Thanks a lot. Remember, the stream will start tomorrow morning at 7:30, just because I have to get it up and off and on its way before I'm out of here at 8 o'clock, and I'll be hours. I'll be back.